looks like... Alright, it looks like it's starting. So right off the bat, you'll notice that a couple of the runners have their timers starting at negative 1.45 seconds. They do that because if they start the run from the cutscene at the beginning and then instantly do game start once it fades in or starts to fade in, they actually skip the fade out and can save about, I think it's half a second or something. But yeah,
it's a pretty decent amount for like something so simple.
Yeah. And it's kind of annoying. Sometimes it'll screw up your timing, so that's why they do the negative countdown. So right off the bat on this boss fight's named CF0. You're going to see them do... what they're going to do is they're going to create a Doppler effect between each pair of shots. It takes 80 frames to charge to a charge shot, but the boss has 60 immunity frames. So if you fire the shot 20 frames early, such that it has a 20 frame travel time, you'll be able to get that much of a head start on your charge. And you can actually see how well each player did the fight by how far CF0's arm moves to the right at the end of the fight. So like a God Tier human fight, he won't move his arm at all, but most fights you'll see him move it for a couple of frames. So the basic principle behind the route for the X2 any% run is to get the... Well, there's a couple different routes that have existed in the history of the category, but all of them have at least been based around obtaining the Buster upgrade as quickly as possible. Not only does it save a lot of time on most bosses, but it also gives you some more options for mobility. A couple of the upgrades in the game can be, or a couple of the weapons in the game can be used to make X go faster. And the first task of this game did Gator first because that's where the Buster upgrade is, but Gator's weakness happens to be Strike Chain, which is Wire Sponge's weapon, so that's why you go to Wire Sponge first, so you can get the Strike Chain and have Gator's weakness for him. So now they're all coming up on the Wireframe boss fight, or the Wire Sponge boss fight. The way this fight works is, once Sponge is on the ground and has less than 10 HP, he'll do a 9-second desperation attack that he's immune during that time for. So the only way to skip that 9-second immunity is for him to be in the air during that whole time that he is sub 10 HP, so it's complete luck of whether you'll be able to get it or not. You can increase the chances of him grabbing the ceiling and going up if you're further away from him, but you'll see Trogdor and Tiki both got good luck, and Tokyo and Caleb got bad luck on the fight. Normally that would just be a reset, and I'm sure they will be resetting on Bad Sponge RNG later, but this first run is a no reset race.
Yeah, you'll probably see plenty of Sponge resets later, except on Tiki's, he always gets lucky.
Tiki's typical Sponge RNG is good luck, apparently.
Yeah, and then complain about being never lucky.
Yeah. So Gator stage, the third stage in the run, is actually the most difficult stage in the run, movement and execution-wise. There's a lot of really precise things that you have to do with the Strike Chain. You just saw Tiki do a kind of difficult trick called Clippy Clip. It gets its name from the Super Mario 64 trick, when you get the behind Chain Chomp Skate Star, but he just clipped straight through the floor using the Strike Chain and was able to wall kick off the inside of it.
And the Charge Chain offers a bit more movement options over just the normal chain. It's sort of the same thing, just much longer range and pulls you faster. So they use that to get around when they have the chance.
Yeah, and Tokyo taking a really rare and really unfortunate death on those spikes there. That's a death that you like never see runners of this caliber make. So that's really unfortunate that happened to him in the snow reset run. Like, I think maybe in like thousands of attempts I've taken that death like maybe twice. Tiki coming up on the hardest trick in this stage, the triple chain at the end, unfortunately does not get it. It's a pretty precise trick. You saw Caleb got
Caleb
it.
just got it, yeah.
Yeah. To get that, it requires precise positioning and timing for all three chains. So it's really easy to bonk the wall, just tap it, or to hit the enemy beneath you. So the gator kill, this is why you need strike chain. If you don't have strike chain, he's going to submerge and he's going to just troll you by, you won't be able to hit him while he's under the water, and he'll just be throwing these spinning blades at you. Whenever you hit him with strike chain, it'll force him to submerge, but you have a 5-frame window where you can hit him again and prevent him from submerging. So in order to infinite combo him, you have to hit him on every hit within that 5-frame window, which for newer runners is a pretty big gate in the run. It'll cause a lot of resets, but for runners of this caliber, like, I don't think any of them miss the gator quick kill here, and it's pretty rare that they ever do in their attempts. So the next stage in the run is Stag stage. There's actually, after doing Sponge and then Gator, every route starts out like that, but after that, there's a couple of routes that are pretty close in timing that revolve around getting certain upgrades through different means. The Stag third route gets those with Crystal Hunter and Speed Burner, but there's also the Ostrich third route, which gets them with Neon Jumps, but it's just a little bit slower on the boss fights and on mobility throughout the stages, because the charge version of the weapon that you get from Flame Stag, the Speed Burner, lets you air dash through the air at higher speeds than normal, 1 pixel per frame faster than X's normal dashing speed. This is also a pretty difficult stage. I would say it's the second hardest stage after Gator stage, movement-wise. There's a lot of really precise climbing. You want to make sure you're utilizing platform jumps off those small ledges as much as possible to avoid wall kicking animations, which waste about 5 frames each. And with how many small ledges there are on the stage, those add up a lot.
And then after all that climbing, you get to the boss fight and you get to do more climbing as you climb up with Stag and try to fight him that way.
Yeah, the Stag fight is a pretty interesting fight when you only have Buster. When people used to do Ostrich third, you had bubbles to fight him with, which just knocks him out of the air, and you can just infinite him with the bubbles. But if you don't have bubbles, then you have to either climb with him, as you see them doing now, or kind of just like let him climb up and then come back down and then shoot him. Whichever one you do is, which one is faster kind of varies by RNG, but the climbing up with him is a little bit less variable. Coming up on Centipede stage here, aside from Wire Sponge, Centipede is the second biggest RNG gate in the run, so you'll see a lot of Sponge resets later, you'll see a lot of Centipede resets later. Luckily, Centipede's RNG was mitigated by the discovery of a glitch, which hopefully you'll get to see. It still requires you to get good RNG, but it's not as steep as it was before.
Yeah, and you'll probably see someone like waiting out some of Centipede's attacks, just hoping for him to do the tailspin, rather than hitting him and forcing him to do a teleport or something like that.
Yeah, Centipede has 3 attacks. I think he can throw shurikens, he can try to grab you, or he can spin his tail around you. If he spins his tail around you, you can glitch him out and just like force him to stand there doing nothing. If he tries to grab you, that's not as good, but at least it's not catastrophic. And if he throws shurikens at you and you hit him while he's doing that, he'll just teleport, which causes a lot of lag and wastes a lot of time. So that's usually a reset if he does that multiple times or doesn't go straight into a tailspin after. So hopefully Tiki's going to get a tailspin first here, and then you'll be able to see him activate the glitch. So yeah, Tiki gets the optimal pattern. In order to do the glitch, all you have to do is dash jump at the wall and slide down it, and then Centipede is completely deactivated. Every time Tiki touches the wall, those tails things that are floating around him actually like orbit closer and closer to going like 360, going back to what they're normally supposed to do, which is what you saw at the very end of the fight. But then Tiki was able to just finish him off with Buster. Looks like I didn't see what patterns Trogdor and Caleb got initially, but looks like they both got tailspins at some point in the fight. Same with Tokyo. Looked like I think he got a grab into a tailspin. But yeah, what you're seeing them do with the alternating strike chain and buster shots is the same principle on the CF0 fight from the intro stage. You're using the strike chain because you can fire it really early and let it extend and then retract, and then you've gotten that much of a head start on your charge for the buster. So now the route goes mostly weakness order. It kind of was before, but that was for the mini boss's weakness, Radar Killer and Centipede stage. Centipede's actual weakness is Silk Shot, which only saves a little bit of time against him, so it's not used in this particular route. But Crystal Snail's weakness is Magnet Mine, which you got from Centipede. This is a pretty cool stage. It has a really awesome song in it with a pretty interesting time signature. And there's a lot of different interesting strats you can do here. There's one strat called Crystal Skip, where you actually zip through that big crystal that you see at the end of the stage, the big green thing. But it's pretty dicey to do on the Super Nintendo. So it's actually like, I think it's only half a second slower when I timed it to just trigger the crystal first, and then go back and get the helmet upgrade. Something I forgot to mention is shot storage. You can only do it and be able to swap weapons while doing it by firing a fully charged buster shot into a boss store. Like you'll notice on Tokyo's screen here, he's flashing with a stored buster shot, but he's on strike chain right now. This saves time on a lot of the boss fights. Here they use it to buffer, well, weapon swap there was only so you could strike chain in the boss corridor, but there they use it to buffer a lemon shot at the beginning of the fight. The reason why you have to do that is because Snail will duck into his shell if you shoot a shot normally at him, but for whatever reason the buffered shot doesn't trigger it, so it allows you to start the fight without having to worry about RNG of him hiding in his shell. Tiki having to do some spinning blade improv there.
Yeah, that weapon just lasts forever once it's fired. So once it's there, you can't really do much about it. You're just kind of trapped on it, unless you want to pause and weapon cancel that way. Moving on to the bike section. This is always kind of a scary part in the run, because this heart is almost surrounded by spikes, and you have to get there on a fast-moving bike.
Yeah, Tiki getting Austin Powers there a little bit. It's like the scene from Austin Powers where he's trying to do the 3-point U-turn in that like narrow corridor in Dr. Evil's lair. You just have to keep doing U-turns over and over again. Because if you pick up too much speed, you'll just hit the spikes and die, which is a 10-second time loss.
And here's where everyone shows off how good their mashing is in this rocket.
Yeah, everyone had a perfect 30 hertz. So the ostrich fight, he's got some glitched iframes. Whenever he jumps up in the air and spreads his arms out like that, when he reaches the peak of his jump, his iframes reset. So you hit him with a buster right before that, and then a Crystal Hunter shot immediately after. Luckily, Crystal Hunter is adjacent to Buster in the layout of your weapon swap, so this is actually doable RTA. If Crystal Hunter was like anywhere else, it would be pretty difficult or impossible.
Yeah, just be orders of magnitude more difficult, like for every weapon swap you have to do in between.
Yeah, there's actually a couple of strats in this game that are impossible for humans because of unfortunate weapon swap. Ing. Here you see them taking advantage of something called slope jumps. In the Mega Man X games, when you're walking down a slope, you walk faster than normal walking speed, and your initial jump speed is higher. So when you're underwater, that's magnified by an order of several magnitudes, which allows you to do a sequence break, and I'm pretty sure that the developers didn't intend for you to do. I'm pretty sure that the intended way to get the E-Tank in this stage is to revisit this stage with Bubble Crab's own weapon, so you can jump higher underwater, but you're able to just do a slope jump to get it instead. So there's a really specific strat on the crab fight where you have to get a specific RNG to do it, and you have to fire the charged spinning blades at really specific y-axis positions, and that'll, because the spinning wheel charge attack itself like lingers around invisible for a while, and you can actually hit Crab with the pedals and then force him to jump into the invisible core that's left behind. It's a pretty difficult strat to learn, and pretty precise in its execution, and requires specific RNG, it looks like. I don't think any of the runners got it this time around, but it saves one hit on the fight and mitigates a lot of subsequent RNG that can make things go wrong.
And this was the strategy that Hetfield was talking about earlier, utilizing the Crystal Hunter to reach the item.
Yeah,
in
so
this stage.
Yeah, that heart up there on top of the building is actually kind of the main factor in determining how all the routes ended up working. The archaic any percent RTA route for this game used to just do pure weakness order starting with Sponge, but then you had no way to get that heart, so you would just revisit Moth stage. And if you look at like Tiki's old 2010 record in this game, that's the route that he did. The route that came after that was Ostrich Third, they just moved Ostrich earlier into the run so that you could get the air dash, and then you could get that with Neon Jumps. But then this route, Stagthird gets it via Speedburner and Crystal Hunter. Crystal Snail's weapon turns enemies into platforms that you can jump off of.
See if anyone can get the Ova Manip on these guys.
Oh yeah, there's a running joke that if you like walk up to the boss and say like Ova long and drawn out, and you'll get good RNG there.
Yeah, I think nowadays the strat is to use the power word Gustavo, and that'll grant you the right pattern. You can't sound desperate when you do it, though.
Did something happen in Tiki's... Oh no. It's like they're all having moth fights that are going according to plan. You'll notice them take an intentional hit on the moth, on the first phase of the moth fight. That's because for the next second after you regain control, you have immunity frames where X is flashing every other frame, and so he's invisible every other frame. And that actually reduces lag. So that's why they take an intentional damage boost there on that first phase. So apparently Tiki whiffed his first burner. The phase 1 of the moth fight is like Tiki's kryptonite, it seems. So, X Hunter 1 stage. This is a pretty cool stage. I like this stage a lot. At this point, you have all your movement options in the game. You have Strike Chain, this Charged Strike Chain, Charged Speed Burner, Crystal Hunter, and Neon Jumps. You basically are just alternating between some combination of those, like for vertical movement and then horizontal movement, like at every point during this stage. And since there's a bunch of different strats that save pretty comparable amounts of time, so you kind of just do like any combination of strats that you want to do on this stage. So you might notice people having like, one person might be using Neon Jumps in a vertical climb, whereas another person is holding a charge to use a Charged Strike Chain after. The violin, this guy he's not as much of an RNG gate as Sponge and Centipede, but he can troll you if he wants to. Depending on if he uses his ball and chain move a lot or not, he can cause a lot of lag, and he can also change those little yellow square platforms up in the air a lot, which he's invincible while he's doing that for some reason. So you can lose a lot of time on the violin fight if you get unlucky. The next stage, Surgus' stage. This is, I would say, along with the Gator 1 cycle, this is another one of the biggest gates in the run for newer players, is the elevator skip here. But it's another trick that, for players at this level, pretty much will never miss it unless there's like major nerves or something. See Caleb down there in the bottom left, getting the platform cycle. Looks like Trogdor got it too. Everyone got it, no problem. And here's, in my opinion, the hardest boss fight in the game. The way the charged Sonic Slicer works, Ostrich's weapon, is that you create these little slicers in the air, and then they spread out, like they shoot out vertically afterwards. So you have to position them at a really specific point relative to where Surgus is, both along the X and Y axis. So some of them hit him as they're going up, and then other ones hit him as they're going down. You can deal 10 damage to him, which is almost a third of his hit points.
And it looked like Tiki missed one double hit
Yeah,
on that fight. And Caleb had a really good fight, actually.
there's a really difficult method of doing that double hit called the Magu double hit, because Magu is a player who invented it, where you damage boost intentionally into Sergis and then go behind him and shoot like from inside of him. It's really hard to do, but because of the way the platforms line up during the fight vertically, you can't do the normal method of the double hit at a certain point in the fight when you want to, unless you do that Magu's method of doing the double hit. And it's a much harder setup, much less consistent, and you have to be a lot more on point with it to get it. Trogdor having a really unfortunate death in the top route to get the Shoryuken. There's two routes that you can go to get the Shoryuken, the top route and the bottom route. Obviously, the top route is the intended one, but because of neon jumps, you're actually able to go the normal intended route through the stage if you want to, and just neon jump up to it. Excuse me, they're called Liberty jumps, not neon jumps. Yeah, I think I forgot to mention what neon jumps or Liberty jumps are. It's when you do an air dash in this game, and if you're charged to pink on the Buster upgrade, if you fire the Buster, it puts X on the ground even though he's in the air for exactly one frame. So you can actually jump on that frame, and since you get 2 shots with a pink charge, you can do a double or triple jump, and that allows you to save frames in places or do get some upgrades that you're not supposed to be able to get otherwise. So now they're on the boss rush. The boss rush is significantly expedited by having the Shoryuken. The Shoryuken can one-shot all of these bosses. And as you notice, they didn't have to do any revisits to get it. So it actually ends up being faster in RTA at least to get all the upgrades and then grab the Shoryuken. For a task, it's faster to skip the Shoryuken, but only by about 18 seconds. But that leaves too much open for RNG and RTA and adds a lot of really difficult points of execution, which is why you'll never see, most people won't be skipping the Shoryuken in RTA.
Yeah, it has been done, but I don't think we'll be seeing a top time with it anytime soon.
Only God gamers can do Shoryuken-less.
Tiki having a little bit of trouble with Snail refight.
It looks
The
like
Shoryuken on that one is exceptionally difficult because he's so small. It's like a combination of either getting the right subpixel value for your X's vertical position to enable you to kill him in one hit, or just getting lucky with the global timer.
Yeah. So there's a couple really annoying things that factor into whether or not you can one-shot a boss with the Shoryuken or not. So Shoryuken doesn't actually straight up one-shot bosses the way the Hadoken does in X1. It deals, for most bosses, 16 damage on the first frame, then of the first frame of damage, and then 2 frames after that it deals 8 damage, and then 2 frames after that it deals another 8 damage. But when those damage values occur is relative to the global timer, which obviously a runner playing the game in real time has no way of knowing whether he's on an even or an odd number of the global timer. So you kind of just have to pray and get lucky in some situations. The other factor is because you are going upwards when you're doing the Shoryuken, depending on the subpixel value that you have on the y-axis, the hitbox for the Shoryuken that does damage actually might be inside the boss for a smaller number of frames, depending on what your subpixel value was on the ground. So you're kind of at the mercy of both those things. You have no idea of knowing, well, you almost have no idea of knowing what they are unless you jump for a specific number of frames. For the snail
thankfully the subpixel value is reset on fade in and fade out. So like every time you enter a capsule, it gets reset. So you have a predictable starting value, and then it's just how you try to manipulate it from there, which may or may not be very difficult depending on what values you're aiming for.
Yeah. On all of the other refights, you don't really have to worry about any of that stuff, except for Gator if you want to do a 3-chain fight. If you chain him 3 times, he'll have enough hit points left over that you can just hit him for the 16, or you can just hit him, what is it? I think it's like 3 instances of 8 damage. But if you do that, then the water levels are at such a place that you might not connect with him for those 3 frames of damage. So that's why you see the runners hit him with 4 strike chains before Shoryukening him, because that pretty much cuts out the chance of not getting the kill with the Shoryuken because of global timer or subpixels or whatever. So the last stage is actually, for whatever reason, a revisit to Centipede stage, but you only do the first half of it. Caleb almost dying.
That was really close. He just barely air dashed out of there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he like got zipped out of there.
Yeah. A lot better than the alternative of just getting like zipped the other way and getting crushed.
Yeah. So they're all doing the Shoryuken into Zero's room. And that allows you to get right next to Zero at the start of the fight. So you can just Shoryuken him immediately. Otherwise, you gotta like shoot him to make him block your shots and then time a Shoryuken out of it, which is really annoying and really dangerous. So you really want to get the Shoryuken in the room. All of the runners doing the Zero fight, no problem. The Wolverine Shoryuken is probably, well, in my opinion, the worst one in the game, because his attacks are based on RNG, but also based on your position in the room. If you're right above him, he'll have a higher chance of jumping to the center of the room and trying to teleport, like you just saw him do on Caleb's stream. But he actually still has a 1/8 chance of trying to swipe you, which if he does, you'll pretty much just get bodied. So Caleb finishing the race first with 33-13. Tiki getting bad luck there with the pink balls, but that's not as bad as him doing a second swipe. Tokyo finishing second, 33-29.
Oh, Tokyo's just going right into attempts. Not gonna watch out the ending like Caleb.
Tiki 33-46. So all 33s. Those are all pretty decent runs, all things considered.
Yeah, 4 players all finishing roughly 30 seconds of each other. It's no shame in that.
Yeah, Tokyo had that really bad death too. What was his final time? Like a 33-30 something?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, considering that
Really close to Trogdor's time.
Yeah, so that was the that first run that you guys just saw was a no reset run race between the runners, and now they're going into attempts. So now they're going to be doing resets pulling out all the stops to try and beat the 32:43 world record.
Hey, where them boys at, man? That was a good race.
Yeah, that was really close.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Like I think there's like a 20-second gap at the most or something.
Yeah,
It's like
it was
just
really
over.
close.
Yeah. If we can get one of those at SG2Q, that's gonna be awesome. So, yeah. I don't see them coming in here. I just wanted to say it was a good race, but you know, 'cause it really was. It was like watching the whole time, and it was nothing more than like 20 seconds, you know, ahead or behind. So, I mean, that's a hell of a race right there. None of us got 34s, which is quite the thing.
Yeah, the whole time it was pretty close between everyone.
Yeah, dude. Het burger. So, all right.
Dang, he left before I could tell him good luck on his attempts.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, he started his timer. He's timing the credits.
So those were no reset runs you just saw. Now we're gonna get to see which parts of the run are more prone to make runners reset. It looks like people don't reset on chain or crane jump anymore. I think I just saw Tiki and Trogdor both get a wall jump, which only loses 20 frames, but I think resetting on that a couple of years ago used to be standard procedure. Jumping through the crane without getting grabbed by it and not getting a wall jump on the other side can be a really small frame window to do so. It can even be as small as 0 frames depending on your subpixels.
Oh, those are my favorite kind of tricks.
Yeah, subpixel tricks.
Yeah. It's like, oh, this is either 1 frame or none. Good luck.
But yeah, it's good to see that people...
Is it actually like subpixel specifically, or is it like more pixel dependent? Like if you accidentally walked for the wrong number of frames and don't know, then you're just not aligned correctly to dash jump past him.
Yeah, along the x-axis, that's how it works, but along the y-axis, subpixels matter.
Oh, alright. Yeah. Makes sense.
So Sponge's stage, execution-wise, is a pretty easy stage. You're probably not going to see a lot of resets in the stage itself. The only even moderately difficult tricks are the jump to get up to the E-tank and getting up past the elevator. But the boss fight itself, you're going to see plenty of resets. Since it's sub 10 HP, the Sponge does his Desperation attack. And based on how long he does that ceiling grab attack for, he needs to be between 22 and 10 HP when he grabs the ceiling in order for you to skip his Desperation. So if you see him grab the ceiling like a little bit above 22 HP, you're probably going to see the runners go underneath him, which brings him down automatically. And then just try and hope for a better pattern. So there you saw Tokyo move away from him, and that was to increase the probability of him grabbing the ceiling.
It's crazy, in 3 of the runners, they finally get to Sponge and they're all on a run.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You would think, like, so if you're far away from Sponge, and if he's far away from a wall, the chances of him grabbing the ceiling each time he does an attack is 1/3 chance. I think it's like the worst probability, which is if you're close to him and he's close to a wall, then I think it's like either 1 in 9 or 1 in 11. I forget. There's a placement on it somewhere, but since you have a window of like what 22 to 10, so that's like 6 shots or something. So 6 seconds, and then you would just need him to grab the ceiling once during that point. You would think that good sponge RNG would be like a really common thing, but it's pretty often that he decides to not cooperate.
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys, once Sponge gets to about 10, they'll give him like one move, and if he's not going up next, then they just reset.
Yeah. Someone in the chat asked, what controller layouts do most runners use? I know that Tiki and Caleb both use default controls. A lot of people put dash on LRR and put a weapon swap on one of the face buttons, but keep most other things the same. I actually don't know what controller layouts Tokyo and Trogdor use.
Yeah, I think they just both do either L or R dash. Those are definitely the most common.
Yeah, having dash on a face button in X2 makes neon jumps kind of difficult, since you have to like contort your hand in some weird way or do a double tap dash. Whereas, because the input is for it is you have to be holding dash, and then to do the first one you have to slide your finger or thumb from the shoot button to the jump button within a time span of 1 frame, which is only like 17 milliseconds. Best case scenario, depending on when you start it during the frame, the movement that is.
And then the press neon, you just push both buttons at the same time, which is a bit more awkward to do if you're also holding a dash button, if it's on the face, the controller.
Yeah, and I know like Tiki just fat thumbs everything, like dash, jump, and shoot. He's just doing with his thumb. Luckily, in this route, the Stag Third route, there's like no neon jumps. I think like the only neon jumps that really matter, there's like 2 in Counter Hunter 3. I don't think there's really any other neon jumps you have to do that save any time at all. Oh, there's 3 in Counter Hunter 3 that matter. Everything else is just like, maybe it'll save a frame here or there. So all 3 runners who are past Gator now on their first attempt here got good sponge luck and got the Gator cycle. Looks like they're all having pretty decent run so far for their first attempt after the race.
Yeah, and Caleb, not far behind, just got through Gator as well. They may as well just be racing a second time.
Tokyo and Tiki are basically racing. Their timers are only like 2 seconds apart. Trogdor a little bit ahead of them, though. Tokyo missing a dash input there in that climb, which is really annoying and really hard to react to, but he had a pretty seamless recovery from it. If you don't react to that well, you'll probably get hit by one of those flying squirrels, and then you'll end up just falling all the way down and causing a lot of lag, and it really sucks. It's pretty easy to just like lose control and reset during that last climb in Stag stage. Yeah, Trogdor missed a couple buster shots on his stag fight. That's pretty easy to do. The the way the climbing works is like, since X has a certain number of frames after doing a wall jump that he's still facing towards the wall, you have a pretty small window to when you can like turn around, shoot Stag, and then get back to the wall without Stag just flying by and bodying you, because you need to be up against the wall when he hits you, otherwise you'll just start falling down. If you're up against the wall, you'll immediately regain control. So it's pretty easy for that fight to get out of hand, and you to get at like bad y-axis positions relative to Stag and start missing shots. Each shot you miss is like a little more than a second loss. In the task setting, it would be a second loss, but you don't have. It's impossible to get like a perfect Stag fight in RTA with the strats that we do. You'll notice them jumping through that really long open area instead of dashing. That's just to reduce lag from the dust sprites that are caused by dashing along the ground, because those falling blocks cause a lot of lag. So
And the dust sprites can be kind of annoying too, because they're another global timer thing, just once every 4 frames. So sometimes you'll just get a dust sprite anyway, even though you're trying to prevent them.
yeah, it's pretty much luck if you get not a single dust sprite, baby. Did both Tokyo and Trogdor get God centipedes this run?
Yeah, Tokyo definitely just got an immediate tailspin.
And Tiki got one grab and then straight into tailspin. So these look like pretty good runs for Tokyo and Tiki. Looks like Trogdor just reset. I actually don't know what their exact paces are relative to their PB, because I can't have that many streams open at once. But yeah, so that Chop Register fight, Chop Register being that wireframe sword thing, mini bosses in this game and in X3 as well, or some mini bosses anyway, don't have immunity frames, and since the strike chain's hitbox just like deals damage per frame, you can just like put a charged strike chain so its hitbox is overlapping with the hilt of the sword, and then if you do it in a specific position, it'll just like kill the sword instantly. The sword will die faster from Silk Shot or Sonic Slicer, but you don't have that in either of these routes. I mean, you don't have either of those in this route.
Now let's see if Tiki gets the infamous mystery kick. No, I didn't get it.
Yeah, that's something.
He was doing a run with, like on Discord with Tokyo, where I think they were doing a race, and he kicked off the right side of that crystal as it went by, and he just got so confused.
Yeah. That's something that RTAers just became aware of recently. It doesn't save any time. If there's 2 walls right next to each other, if that crystal is a certain distance from the wall on the right, you might kick off the crystal instead. But by the time like you actually see the animation, the crystal's moving so fast that it's like gone, so it looks like you're just wall kicking off the air. So I guess that's why Tiki was so confused by it. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's not really anything special.
The first
It
time
looks
anything
okay.
weird happens, it's always confusing. Like, wait, what just happened?
Oh, dude, check out this view. So Tiki and Tokyo are deep into some runs now, so they got the big screens.
Don't need to see a big CF0 again.
Yeah, that dude's big enough.
I mean, he is. Like, even on the tiny screen, he's bigger than the Mavericks on the big screens.
That's true. Tiki is minus 1.5 seconds off his PB right now. Just glancing at his splits. So he is, for all intents and purposes, on war pace. Look at what Tokyo's is once his stream loads. Yeah, Tokyo's at minus
comparing
5.
what time they got the hard at, Tokyo is a little bit ahead of Tiki in their runs. But he also had to do another turnaround on the bike.
Tokyo has a 32:44.8. He's minus 5.1. Tiki has the 32:43.9, only 0.9 seconds ahead of that. He's minus 1.5. So both these runs, either of them could beat the current world record. But there's a bit of RNG left in the run. There's Violin, as I mentioned before. There's the Crab RNG, which can also screw you, and also some pretty difficult execution parts like the Surgus refight.
These guys are both generally really on point with their execution, though. Like, just from watching their streams lately, they get ridiculous pace, like, regularly.
Yeah. Like, I can't even count the number of times I've seen Tiki and Tokyo get 32 3x face runs, like, into the counter hunter stages. It's just a regular thing. They rarely get really bad runs that, well, I guess they would just reset the really bad runs. But most of them are from either just like one catastrophic mistake or like really bad RNG. Yeah, I think these guys are just gonna keep going like as long as they want, basically. Yeah, if one of these guys beats a record, then they start chasing the new record. What if a record is so good it can't be broken? There's no such thing.
Yeah, even TASs get beat. And those actively try to be as perfect as possible.
Also, Tokyo getting the good RNG for the double hits. Nice, he gets the fight. So that's a 9 hit fight. And you, in order to get that, you need 2 double hits on the charge.
Did Tiki just get it as well?
I'm pretty sure he did, judging by the ending position of the fight. I think they both got it. So that means that they're both on pretty sick runs now, that they got that and they're now past Crab. Tiki's still minus 1.3. Tokyo just got a gold Crab. He is minus 9.7.
Ooh, nice. I was just about to ask, like, I know Tiki got past the last jellyfish thing to use the charge chain to the big wall before the final climb. But I wasn't sure if Tokyo got it, but since he gold splitted, I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
Cause that guy's just RNG. Like, if he decides to do the electric attack immediately, you can't get past him. While charging, that is. If you just kill him, then it's fine.
Yeah, but you want to save that charge for the strike chain. So yeah, Tokyo is on a pretty sick, nasty pace here. I'm glad he can't hear me. The TAS record for X2 is 3106 for any percent. It skips the Shoryuken, only gets the Buster upgrade. But that's with some other timing parameters. So if you were to do like with Japanese version text plus like RTA timing parameters, the TAS would be like a mid 30. I didn't see Tokyo's first junk bot, but the second one, unfortunately, did not cooperate with him. I don't know how much time that wastes when the junk bots jump.
I think he got like that same short jump on the first one.
Yeah, he can either stand still and shoot a piece of junk at you. Both of those are optimal. Or he can do a short hop, or he can do a chaos dunk, where he just like jumps into the air, floats, and like tries to dunk you.
Tiki and Tokyo are on really similar runs. They both messed up Hellway in almost identical ways too.
Jesus. How many games do you think have Hellways in them? 31. Was that a 31? 2031 8-mav on Tokyo? That's like the fastest. There's been a couple 31s. I think Tokyo's gotten one before, but yeah, that's like tied for the fastest 8-mav time ever, which is insane. So yeah, Tokyo's on a pretty good run.
This is acceptable.
Did Tiki get it? Tiki got a 2x? Alright, never mind. Still, Tokyo's on a sick run. Not to forget about Trogdor and Caleb getting infinited by Sponge and Centipede.
Well, Caleb is past Gator. Is that when that cutscene happens, or am I thinking X3, where the cutscene happens after 2?
Yeah, he just finished Gator.
Okay, cool. So it looks like he's starting to get something going.
Tokyo just had a couple minor movement flubs on the Counter Hunter 1 stage here. For the most part, it's a pretty easy stage execution-wise. The hardest part about it is if you do happen to make mistakes, being able to recovering from them quickly. Tokyo getting trolled, unfortunately, by Violin's repositioning of the blocks move that he does, which makes him invincible. Here's the real test of the run coming up for Tokyo. Tiki got a really good fight there. Looked like he has some pretty good RNG. Is getting a good Surgus fight when you're on this kind of pace. As I mentioned before, the double hits are really precise. They're pretty finicky. Nerves can just destroy you on that fight, so... Tokyo's at minus 6.0 right now.
Let's see if he's on point with his Mr. Magoo's double hits.
Successful elevator skip, no problem. Whoa, that was weird. He just moved his gravity well a little bit there.
Yeah, I've noticed that happens quite a bit for Tokyo. I don't know how he manages to recenter it like every time.
Yeah. That's actually hard to do. First 2 double hits successful. He's going for the Magu. Oh, okay, so there's 2 ways you can miss that Magu double hit. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Oh, no, it's all over. Alright.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Right into the spikes.
That was a disaster. So there's 2 ways you can miss the Magu double hit. A lot of runs end there. That's a really hard boss fight. I didn't see how good Tiki's fight was, but I'll check his split. Anyway, you can whiff it by like not getting the double hit and just hitting the first hit. That's what happened to Tokyo initially. That's not so bad. That wastes like, how much time does that waste? It's like, how long does it take to get to a pink charge? I think it's like 2 and 1/3 seconds. So
Something like that sounds about right.
it probably wastes like 2 to 3 seconds or something like that. If you whiff it completely, then you got to go for another double hit, which sucks worse. That didn't happen to Tokyo, but then he whiffed the second one completely, and then I think whiffed the third too. So that sucked. But like, if there's a place where you're going to lose a run on good pace, then the Circus fight is usually where it's going to happen. I didn't notice what killed Tiki's run there.
He missed the neon going up the top route, and then missed another neon, and then just went to the spikes.
It's unfortunate. So
Yeah,
Caleb
ended his run in the same way Tokyo did.
Oh yeah, intentional spike death.
Yeah.
So Caleb immediately got trolled by the shuriken toss there and got a chain teleport into another shuriken toss. His run's pretty much, yeah. that's about as bad as that fight can go. If you see him blink at the start of the fight, that means that he's gonna try to throw shurikens at you. And if he takes damage while he's like preparing to throw shurikens, he'll teleport. If he like teleports to the ceiling, it's pretty much over, because you can't do the strike chain Doppler effect strat.
Yeah, I think that's like the most rage-inducing tailspin glitch people get, is when it happens when he's on the ceiling.
Yeah, because you can't take advantage of it at all. It's like a slap in the face. Yeah, so right now the runners are just effectively doing attempts, trying to beat the current world record. So you saw on Tokyo's stream there, kind of the disadvantage of trying to manipulate Sponge's probabilities of his different attacks is if he does happen to do the spinning vine move, which blocks shots when you're too far away from him, the only way to deal with that attack is to like damage boost into it and then put your Buster hitbox inside of him behind the shield, which you need to be in close proximity to do so. So you're wasting a lot more time if you're far away from him like that. So I guess maybe like a race strat would maybe be closer to him to mitigate that RNG. Maybe you kind of just got to pick your poisons. But when going for an optimal run like these guys are now, you're going to want to stay far away from him and just reset if he spins his vine at you. Trogdor is currently +8 on his splits. I'm seeing a possible time save of 21 seconds on Centipede. Is that right?
That sounds about right. Or maybe something catastrophic happening, and he's like, all right, whatever, let's just play.
That's the total time he has left in his splits to save. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, wow, that must have been a pretty sick run otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, I just walked away and took a little break during one stage.
Yeah.
Ooh, and he gets the immediate tailspin.
Not bad. So now he's at plus 1.7. After that Centipede kill. Yeah, there's kind of just a lull in all 4 of the runs right now. Snail's a pretty easy stage execution-wise. Every runner so far having no problems with the Gator quick kill.
Ooh. The snail fight, though.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate.
I like the head bounce shell at the end, though. I don't think I've seen that one before.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's still going. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it was the final straw on Trogdor's run there.
Yeah. If this shell ever hits the ground, I'm out of here.
So you notice a slightly different way that Tiki and Caleb grabbed the hearts there. Tiki charge chains the wall, whereas Caleb destroys the barrier with spinning blade. It's faster to charge chain the wall, obviously, but if you mess it up even a little bit, then the barrier comes down and hits you and loses time. Tiki actually getting the optimal stag RNG there. He inevitably is going to do 2 climbs like this, and you want to throw fireballs in between those 2 climbs. The reason for that is because, for whatever reason, Stag's explosion does not start until both him and X are on the ground. And if he just does 2 climbs back to back, he will be like higher up in the room once you kill him. But if he does that fireball move in between, he'll actually still be on the ground there after the second climb when you kill him. So you don't have to like stay down and wait for him to come back down or anything.
He also gets invincibility frame reset on Fireball, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, a lot of the bosses in this game have weird iframe shenanigans, I think.
Yeah, there's at least Stag and Ostrich.
Almost all of them do in X3, but there's still a couple in X2 that have them. Looks like Tiki is currently minus 2.1 in his run. Caleb is using fake splits on his stream, so I don't really know what his pace is like. His current splits are like 33:15 for the final time, but his PB is a 32:46.
Well, this is Chase for the record, so just compare his splits to Tiki's.
Caleb getting trolled massively by Centipede there.
Typical.
If not the nail in the coffin, that's pretty big blow to his run. I didn't see if Tiki got immediate tailspin but he got a pretty quick one either way. So he should still be on good pace, I would think. He's at minus 5.6 after that. After that Centipede kill.
Sounds like a genuine speed run.
Yeah, not a peed run. Yeah, tailspin after 1 suck. That's like the second best pattern you can get. 1 suck.
Oh, getting the big screens back.
Dude, it's a race. Look at this. This is nice that we're seeing some runs going. Like, you can just be infinited by Sponge for like 4 hours straight playing this game in an attempt session, so it's nice that we're seeing some people get some runs here. Oh yeah, there's some tricks in this stage that are old as time, like that mini boss, Magna Quartz, takes a while to beat, but if you just do that speed burner like right before him for whatever reason, the camera lock in the fight doesn't load or something, so you can just go straight through it. There's a couple other ways that you can skip the fight by causing lag or going quickly. Doing a charge speed burner is just the fastest way to do it.
It also helps that it's really easy to do.
Yeah.
Literally just speed burner from the right spot. You can use the ground as a reference for when X is passing over the right spot.
Oh no, dude.
Yeah, Tiki chained him on accident.
No. Oh no.
It's all over. Well, it's okay. Caleb's still on a run.
Yeah, we still haven't seen anyone miss any Gator single cycles yet this stream. I just remembered that next week at the GDQ race, hopefully like the audio is good and everything, because having audio there to hear the rhythm of the strike chain hitting here is really helpful for getting that single cycle. Yeah, the format for this is they're basically just doing world record attempts right now. So if they're on a good run, they'll keep it going. If they're on a bad run, they'll reset and try again.
Yeah, we opened the stream with a race between these four that Caleb ended up winning. And then everyone just transitioned into doing typical world record attempts. Because really any of these guys could snag the record just about at any time. All of their PBs are incredibly close.
Yeah, within 5 seconds of each other. Forgot to mention the weather in Sponge's stage. You're in some like giant greenhouse. The weather in there is RNG. You really don't want it to rain. In one part, you don't want it to be sunny either. You want there to just be no weather effects. But other than that, sunny is the best. And I think Tiki got double rain there, which loses like 2 seconds or something, which just compounds onto the inevitable bad RNG that Sponge is going to give you anyway. There, Tiki brought him down because his health was too high, so he's going to try and go for another ceiling grab. And looks like Sponge did not want to cooperate.
Just wanted to get mad instead.
Looks like Trogdor's on a pretty similar pace to what he was his last run that got this far.
Get to see if this is a speed run or a peed run. Looks like Caleb doesn't quite get the Gameo crab fight. He got the first double hit, but then the second one, crab just kind of didn't jump.
I don't know if that's like RNG that can screw up the second half of that fight, or if it's just like purely execution. I've never really taken the time to investigate whether or not that's the case. I'm inclined to say it's just execution. You can force him to jump by being over him, but sometimes it seems like weird things happen.
You need to get Fractal Fusion on the case.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully, if Trogdor gets an instant tailspin, he can be even with his PB here. Then he gets an instant shuriken into a grab, into a shuriken. Yeah, he may or may not continue this. That was some pretty bad RNG there. Tokyo is pretty much even with his PB right now. Looks like he has 4 seconds to save on his Centipede split, so this could still potentially be a pretty good run for him.
That's really close to getting squished there on those blocks.
Wow, Tiki, oh man, holy smokes.
He's got like 3 ceiling grabs in a row.
Yeah, so the first one, Sponge was too high, so he went underneath him to bring him down, or his HP was too high. And then the second one was as he was getting back to the other side of the room where he had more space, he grabbed the ceiling and then came down again, but then luckily he got a third one. That was some pretty good luck.
Yeah. It's like, at best, 1 in 27. If it's like a 1 in 3 chance each. But
Yeah, when you're that close.
you mentioned that, like, if he's close to a wall and close to you, it's more like 1 in 9, like 1 in 11.
Yeah.
So it just makes the odds of that actually happening just extremely low.
Yeah, very typical of Tiki to get super lucky on the Sponge fight. Tokyo getting bodied by Centipede RNG, as we've seen many times so far tonight.
It's too bad the route isn't Sponge, then Centipede, and then just have all of the dumb stuff out of the way.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool.
Like, somehow go Sponge, Centipede, Sergei's. Just to really get it all out of the way early.
Well, you gotta run 100% because it actually has Centipede third. I didn't see what Caleb's 8 math time was, but I think, what was it, like a high 20? Probably. $20.47. That's still not bad. That can still be a 32, but it probably can't be a world record. I think like a really optimal late game, starting from the Moth kill up to the end of the game, is like almost exactly 12 minutes long. Yeah, and don't forget, all 4 of these runners will be either racing or commentating this game next week at SGDQ. Tiki's going to be doing commentary for the race, and the other 2 will be racing a 4-way race along with Colonel Fatso, which is on Thursday afternoon.
Wednesday the 5th of SGDQ week.
Yeah, Wednesday, July 5th, 2:35 p.m. Pacific time is the currently scheduled time for the X2 race at SGDQ. All right, nice. So everybody is at or before Sponge now. This is more par for the course.
Oh, Tokyo's gonna ruin it by getting past Sponge.
Let's see, what was that Sponge kill time? A 3:06, I think, based on that helmet sparkle. That's not the best. Like, I think the best you'll ever see in RTA is like what, either a 3:01 or a 3-minute flat if your early game is just god tier. 3:05 is pretty passable. You can definitely still get a 32 3x with that. Yeah, Tiki got a 3-minute flat once, apparently. That's insane. Yeah, you generally would reset like maybe a 3:07 or a 3:08, but a 3:05 is something that just makes the rest of the run harder. You really want like a 3:03, 3:02, or lower, of course.
Sometimes you get sick of the grind though, you just kind of want to play a stage besides the first 2.
Yeah.
Accept something that's suboptimal, and then mess up one thing and then just kill yourself on spikes.
Yeah. How many times have we seen that so far tonight? A runner intentionally suiciding the spikes after making a critical mistake.
So
It's just much more satisfying. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it gives you like a pretend excuse. Oops, I died, gotta reset.
Yeah, exactly. A low 3:03 per Tiki. Sponge kill. Definitely a kill time you can't complain about. Caleb getting really annoying RNG with those constant vine spins on Sponge there, but luckily he did grab the wall on time. If he starts the fight with a vine spin, that's the worst time because you're so far away. But other than that, the amount of time it loses is kind of variable depending on how far away you are and how well you react to it. You can have it lose no time at all, depending on the timing of your shots and when you damage boost to go through him. But usually you'll end up losing time if he spins his vine. I think that's the second time I've seen Tiki make that mistake tonight. You can... When X is doing the demonstration of his new charge shots once he gets the Buster upgrade, you can actually buffer a jump during it, but it's not a dash jump. So the fastest way to deal with it is just do that non-dash jump and then wall kick off the capsule. But it's like really awkward because you don't want to jump too high or too low. Like too high that you land in the capsule or too low that you land on the ground. You want to do a wall kick off the capsule. And that allows you to fall down at dash speed and dodge the platform below. So I think the way most runners do it is kind of just like lightly tap the jump button at a specific interval. Other than that, I think his stage was pretty good though. And both Tokyo and Trogdor getting trolled pretty hard by Sponge. So Tiki with a 559 helmet sparkle after Gator, that's really good. Anything below 6 minutes is really good for that. Tiki is literally never ever lucky. Caleb with a 6:02 helmet sparkle in his run, so only 3 seconds behind Tiki in their respective runs. Dude, I want to see a CF0 kill where he doesn't move his hand at all at the end of the run, at the end of the fight tonight. Someone notices that. Go ahead and let me know. Tokyo's only moved a little bit there at the end. Good sag fight for TQ there.
Let's see how Caleb's fight goes.
Tiki got like the most common pattern to get there. I think in between the two climbs, Stag did a flame dash up to the wall. The fireball, like you saw earlier, is optimal. That instant jump to the wall that you saw Caleb get just now is the worst RNG that you can get, because now he's going to end the fight like higher up in the air, or you're going to have to wait for him to come back down like that, and he ends just a little bit higher. It's not that big of a difference time-wise, honestly. Dude, the simultaneous reset from Trogdor and Tokyo, I was like...
Yeah, they already may as well have been racing each other because they had started at the same time anyway. Just get trolled by Sponge at the same time.
But dude, look at these votes we've got in the chat. People are voting on Speedrun or Peedrun. All throwing in for a speedrun. Dude, look at that. Look at that production value. They like grew into position. Oh yeah, a small optimization there. You saw Tiki dump his first charge shot before hitting the Centipede boss door, and now he's charging up another one. This still does the same damage, and he gets the instant tailspin, not bad. Still does the same damage, but it has a faster shooting animation. It's instant instead of like waiting for X to like bring his arm around and plant his feet on the ground. It allows you to get closer to the boss while you're doing it. So yeah, that was a
It only does the weird animation of X like stamping the ground or whatever for the second shot. Like the first one just kind of fires like a normal charge shot, right?
Right. If you do the like charging while in the door transition. Yeah, the only reason you're only able to do that during a door transition because you have to buffer. I mean, you could pause and then buffer it from the pause menu. Obviously, that wouldn't save time. So, because if you press shoot when it's not buffered, you'll just fire the shot. So, that was a gold centipede split for Tiki. He is at minus 6.0 from his splits now.
So that's the second gold centipede we've seen?
Yeah, the first one
Or
was
was that
Topaz.
was that centipede or was that
Or-
crab that he gold?
That was Crab, yeah.
Okay.
That's actually a pretty not trivially easy trick to do that TU was attempting there, where you dodge that little crystal dude's projectile there during that insanely laggy section. You have to kind of like wait a little bit for it to go past you at first and then jump at a specific time to get around it, and then sometimes you might end up damage boosting off of it, and sometimes you'll dodge it completely, so you got to be able to react to that as well. It doesn't save that much time, but it's definitely the hardest trick in this stage, at least, I would say.
Unless you actually go for crystal skip.
Oh yeah.
So you'd have to be insane to go for that on console.
Yeah, so Crystal Skip, or Crystal Zip, whatever you want to call it, is you're seeing the runners now, they're triggering that crystal first, and then going backwards to get the helmet scanner upgrade. That looks like it would be slower than just getting the helmet scanner first, but you have to wait so much time for the crystal when you do that this ends up being like, I forget how much time. I think it was like almost a second faster to trigger it first. You can, however, go get the helmet scanner and then zip through the crystal. That's extremely dangerous to do. It only saves about half a second the last time I timed it over doing the early crystal trigger thing. But you have to do a glitch that allows you to have a really short dash hitbox while walking around, and you get it by like dashing and jumping. Dashing, firing a pink charge shot, and then jumping, and then you're allowed to walk with the short dash hitbox until you plant your feet on the ground or tap a wall or something. So you got to be constantly moving when you do it, and then you have to jump at like the perfect time when the crystal is going over you. And if you mess it up slightly, you just get squashed. So saves very little time. Very difficult to do. People have done it in practice before, but never in runs as far as I know. And that was something that was only discovered that you could do it on console recently. Older emulators like SNES 9X, because of emulation inaccuracy, you can actually do the crystal skip easily, but it wasn't until like 2 years ago or so that Fractal Fusion Atasser figured out that way to do it on console with the glitched hitbox. Yeah, I think EAB plays on SNES 9X. has the easier version of the crystal skip. Tiki's still on a really good run here, still about minus 0.6, or excuse me, minus 6 seconds.
Practically the same thing.
There's a really, really nice lull in the speed run, like in between Centipede until X Hunter 2, where there isn't really that much difficult execution to worry about. Like on that ostrich split, Tiki only had like 0.2 seconds to save, and it looks like he almost got a gold there. He only has 1 second to save on Bubble Crab. But Bubble Crab can kind of go catastrophically wrong if you get bad RNG and don't deal with it well.
Yeah, it's one of the few stages that kind of actually has like some RNG in the stage and the boss. I feel like a lot of times it's like one or the other. Either the stage can be kind of dumb or it's just like the boss can be kind of dumb.
Yeah. Oh yeah, bad crab equals PB. That's like, that's been an unwritten rule since like 2013. All right, here we go. Tokyo, top left. Look at that. Not even a single pixel. That was a good CF0 fight. Alright, hopefully Tiki gets the 9-hit pattern here. He gets the pattern. Oh, looks like that was, yeah. So what happened there was his second charge shot was too low. And then when Crab jumped into it, Crab still had iframes. So he ended up not hitting him with that second part of the second double hit. Still a good stage though, and a good fight. That only loses a second if you mess that up in that way. Actually, wait, looks like he lost about 4 seconds there, so maybe I missed something.
I didn't catch like the middle portion of the stage, but it looked like it started okay and ended with that fight. But I don't know if there was like something horrible that happened in between.
I always love how the Giga Crush demonstration wastes all of your ammo on it.
Yeah.
And in a speedrun, you never get that ammo back. The only way you get that ammo is by taking damage. If you're a newer runner and taking damage is something that you do frequently, you can use the Giga Crush to deal with the first phase of the Circus refight, which is pretty cool. It just kills all of his cannons immediately. And then I think you have 3 floating platforms during the fight because he doesn't have time to destroy them because you destroyed all of his cannons simultaneously.
Sounds like some sick tech.
Heck yeah.
Time to start going for some tactical D-boosts.
Exactly.
Oh, Tiki just got 2 Chaos Dunks.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know how much more time Chaos Dunk wastes than the little jump. Looks like he also got bodied by Hellwave. He's probably going to end up being behind after this split. A 2037 kill. He's currently +2 seconds from his PB splits. I don't know how much time he has to save in the late game. Looks like he's got about 3 seconds to save on Violin, which is a really unlikely place to save. To save like the maximum amount of time that you can save, because optimal violin pattern just does not exist in RTA.
It's kind of like optimal penguin refight in X1.
Yeah, it's just like he needs to never use his ball and chain attack basically, because it causes lag, and he needs to never reposition the platforms. He just, every single attack he does needs to be like jumping plus shooting the things out of his fingertips, and that's never going to happen in RTA pretty much. Caleb coming up on Centipede here. Let's see what kind of pattern he gets.
Grab, and then Shuriken.
Yeah, into double teleport, triple teleport. Yep, that's it.
Typical.
Centipede did not want that run to continue.
This is basically every night.
So that violent fight put Tiki exactly even with his PB. Looks like he's got 3 seconds to save on Counter Hunter 2 off his PB, which would probably be a missed, like a missing half of a double hit. The Tokyo stream there, he went to do a double kick on the wall, but missed the second kick, which is really annoying. When you're doing a double kick off the wall, like, you want to do it so that they're, I think, 11 frames apart is the optimal amount of time, and Tiki unfortunately missing the elevator skip there. It's kind of finicky to get underneath that floating platform there, because if you rush up against it too much, it'll turn X around and you can't get underneath it anymore. But yeah, if your subpixels are, your x-axis subpixels when you're up against the wall are in a certain position, then the frame window of how many frames you have to be able to like have of an interval in between your 2 kicks and a double kick actually changes. It becomes 1 less if your subpixels are too far away from the wall. So sometimes you can just be doing the same frame interval of a double kick every time, and sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't, which is really annoying. And Tokyo stag climb there, he didn't get his double kick and just fell all the way back down at non-dash speed.
It's okay, you just wanted to show us the lava. Show us why you want to climb so fast. Oh, and I didn't see how Trogdor's centipede fight went, but he's passed it, so apparently he is on a speed run.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. I think his splits have 6 seconds to save there, and he was even with his PB going into it, and then even with his PB going out of it. So it probably wasn't the best RNG there, but still on a run nonetheless. Looks like that was a high 304 sponge kill for Caleb. Trogdor making his way through Snell stage. Nothing really important that goes on there. Tokyo getting some kind of bad luck there. He ends up getting a 303 kill. Sponge kind of forced him up against the wall, which increases his, or reduces his probability of getting the ceiling grab, but luckily Tokyo ended up getting it anyway. Trogdor is currently minus 0.8 from his PB after that snail kill.
And Never Lucky Tiki. That's another decent
sponge kill. Caleb had looked like a little bit of a movement flub there on those spikes after he damage boosted. It looked like he ended up accidentally walking along the spikes for a little bit, which is lucky that he didn't die there. Other than that, though, just judging by the background of the stage, his stage must have been perfect besides that, because if you see the stage, Gator stage starts out like in broad daylight, and then every couple of certain amount of time it just gets progressively darker and darker. In an RTA, if you don't see the sky change like at the end of the stage before you go back inside, then that means that your stage was pretty godlike. And Caleb's, you only saw it change like right before the sky scrolled off screen. Trogdor making use of the helmet scanner to search for some secret upgrades near the missile. He did not find any, unfortunately. That helmet scanner upgrade also reduces ammo consumption by 50%, so it actually is useful, surprisingly. Oh, and Trogdor gets punted halfway across the screen.
Tiki has a little trouble with the ride armor.
Unfortunately, there.
Go ahead.
Trogdor missed a couple hits. There's actually like a pretty small frame window. I think it's also a 5-frame window, just like the Gator fight, to get the Crystal Hunter shot inside of Ostrich while he's on the ground. He tinked like 1 or 2 of them. Most of the time you'll never see these runners tink shots there, but after that mistake at the beginning of the fight kind of throws everything off position-wise, like elevation-wise, where Ostrich is on that hill. and because if he goes up too high, you won't be able to hit him anymore. So that was a bit unfortunate for Trogdor for that to happen to him at the start of the fight there.
Yeah, Ostrich is actually really finicky with like when he's vulnerable and when he'll just like decide to not get hit and just bounce your shot away. Ooh, missing the double neon and then just getting more chances before falling into a pit, dying.
Was that going up to the heart?
Yeah. He messed up the slope jump, I think, and then went for a double neon as a backup, and then just fell.
Yeah. So in the old route, Ostrich Third, you didn't have Speed Burner there, so you had to do the double neon to get up there. Speed Burner's faster, but if you mess up the slope jump, because it's a pretty finicky jump to like get up to that ledge and then grab it. Because there's another ceiling like right above you when you do that, so you got to be pretty far away from the wall. You have got like 7 pixels in the air that you can kick off of, like when you're next to a wall. If you do miss that jump up once, then at that point, since you're already deep into your charge, the neons become faster. So the double neon up there is still the optimal backup strat. I only saw the end of Tokyo's fight there. It looked like he may have been getting some pretty good luck there. He was getting blue fireballs, which are really rare. Once Stag enters desperation mode and his fire turns blue, he can start German suplexing you. So, which is what he does if he hits you during a flame dash. So I'm pretty sure his probability to flame dash is increased. So you rarely ever see blue fireballs. Tokyo was able to get a couple there, I think.
And yeah, for those asking, this is Chase for the record. We brought in 4 of the top runners for this game, and we started off the stream with a race between them, so you get to see the whole game in one go. And then beyond that, they're just doing a typical world record attempt session. And we'll see if any of them are able to pull it off today.
Which could happen. All 4 of these runners are at least within 5 seconds of the world record in their PBs. It's a pretty optimized time, though, so any small time losses will usually result in a reset. Small, maybe a 5-second time loss here or there, not like a, couple frame movement flub, but like any bad boss RNG, any big mistakes even one can just kill a run, depending on how the rest of your run had been going. I actually saw Trogdor kill one of the barriers there in the intro stage. Does he do that? Has he been doing that every time, or was that like?
Yeah, I think he's been doing that every time.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he like kills the second one, or the final one, whichever one that is, and then one of the little grabby dudes on the way down. She likes to kill some of the enemies that most people avoid.
I think most of the time when you're falling there, killing that grabber enemy will cause more lag than it will reduce. But I think sometimes it can actually reduce lag. Lag reduction is pretty finicky in this game, as it is in most games.
Looks like Caleb and Tokyo have speed runs going.
Yeah, a peed run is a run where Centipede kills it with RNG. It's just a meme that Tiki invented, so...
Yeah. There's an emote to go along with it that's just the centipede tail, and it's called Peed Run.
Yeah.
I don't know why Tokyo added it to his channel when he gets mad when people use it.
And every single run before the Centipede fight, Tiki's always like, "All right, guys, is this gonna be a speed run or a peed run?" Okay, so the reason why Tiki's timer starts at 1.45 seconds is when you're in that cutscene at the beginning of the game that shows like the intro stage, and I think there's like a biker there or something. It might be X or Green Biker Dude or someone. When that fades out and the title screen fades in, if the title screen fades fully in, then you have to wait for it to fade out again. But if you skip that cutscene and then start the game like while the title screen is fading in, you don't have to wait as long for it to fade out because it's already halfway or however long through that normal fade out period. So I think it saves like half a second or something. But yeah, he just starts his timer at minus 1.45 seconds and then starts that once he skips that cutscene. So. Just to make it easier on him.
The finish line goal is to defeat Wireframe Sigma at the end of the game before 32:43. It's the current world record. By Tiki.
It's like Tokyo is plus 0.7 seconds office PB after that snail kill, which is only 0.9 seconds behind the world record. So definitely on a run with world record potential here. Either Tiki or Tokyo has gotten the farthest so far. I think they both got into Counter Hunter 3, right? Or no, Tokyo's run died at Surgus, and then Tiki's died at the Shoryuken top route, I think. Or getting to it.
Yeah, I think that's as far as anyone's gotten so far. Which is pretty deep into the game to still be on pace.
Yeah. And Tokyo's run was pretty insane. Yeah, there's a couple different viable routes to do an X2 any percent. The fastest RTA viable one is the one that you're seeing all four of the runners run, where you basically start with Sponge to get Gator's weakness. They want to do Gator early in the run so they can get the Buster upgrade, which is in that stage, and then from there they go to Stag to get Speed Burner, which is helps them kill a mini boss in Centipede stage faster, and then it's kind of weakness order from there for the actual Mavericks at the end of the stage. And this route also gets most of the mobility upgrades early on. The most important ones being Strike Chain and Speed Burner. Strike Chain being the grappling hook, Speed Burner being the fire air dash. Saw a little bit of cutscene there in Caleb's stream. Occasionally that happens. All you have to do is hold start to prevent that, but everyone has brain farts occasionally.
Yeah, sometimes you just like think that you're holding a face button and then the cutscene starts, you're like, oh.
Very nice crab fight on Tokyo's stream. Got the perfect 9-hit fight. Yeah, in RTA, it's effectively faster to get the Shoryuken, unless you get like perfect RNG on every boss and have insane execution. For a TAS, it's faster to skip the Shoryuken, but they're it's pretty close, like surprisingly close overall, either way. Like if you were a God gamer, you could skip the Shoryuken and maybe get a God run without it. But for current humans, it is still a better idea to get the Shoryuken. Yeah, Tokyo's on a pretty good pace here. He is minus 1.6 off his PB, which is 0.9 off the record, so he's on record pace here if he maintains par with his PB. We'll see what kind of pace Caleb is on after he kills Moth. Tokyo's on a pretty good run, but being minus 1.6, I guarantee you, isn't a run that he would be nervous at all on. He gets that kind of pace like all the time.
Yeah, he actually has been getting that kind of pace really regularly, like several times a stream for the past couple weeks at least.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if this kind of pace makes Tokyo salty, actually.
Yeah.
I think Caleb got like a mid 2040, like 2045 or something, yeah. So pretty good pace for Caleb here. Again, I don't think that can record, but it can definitely be a 32. Oh, and Tokyo missed a speed burner there, unfortunately, which is a pretty big time loss. That's probably like a 3 or 4 second time loss to miss that speed burner. 2041 or 2042. Yeah, that'll probably be difficult to get. I don't know if that'll be possible to get record with that, but can definitely. Okay, yeah, he just reset it. This is Chase the Record, after all, not Chase the 32.
Ooh. Caleb accidentally getting some bubbles. really annoying. Like, he would rather have been on Speedburner for the top of that climb, but Bubbles prevented the weapon swap. And
Oh yeah.
there's no way the Speedburner saves that much time, so it's not worth just pausing to do the strat that you want to do.
Yeah, Tokyo reset that. I'm actually a little surprised that he did reset that. Like, I think he could have gotten a high 3240, like a 3249 or something like that with that run if he had a really good late game, but I don't think he could have gotten the record with that run, so he just reset. But yeah, there's two weapons in this game that really like to screw with your weapon swaps. There's bubbles, which if you're not fully charged and you swap past them, you get stuck on them for firing the bubbles. And if you're fully charged and you swap past Silk Shot, that'll like draw in junk from the stage, and then you won't be able to swap off of it. So you always have to swap, I think it's left from Buster to avoid those two, unless you're going to Crystal Hunter. But you really want to avoid those two at all costs. Yeah, Tokyo just said in chat, 2042 is impossible to get record with. I think out of these four, Caleb is the most rusty at X2. So that probably, like, even though he can't get record with this run, I think that's why he's finishing a run of this space out regardless, because still needs to get back into, you know, getting comfortable with the late game and stuff.
Yeah, I think he still plays as part of like the multi-game stuff that he likes to do, but he hasn't been grinding the game in the same way that the others have.
Yeah, like Tiki and Tokyo have been running X2 exclusively for the past couple of weeks or months, and I think Trogdor has been running X2 and X3. Trogdor is also racing X3 with New at SGDQ, which I think happens like right after the X2 race.
I think so, actually. Yeah, Trogdor versus New right after the X2 race. And X2 and 3 together are happening right after a little bit of setup block after Mega Man X6 by Orsa.
At Tokyo at a 2031 8 Maverick time earlier, which is a pretty insane 8 Maverick time. I think the fastest 8 Mav time anyone's ever got is a 2029 by Tiki, which is like could like maybe even get a sub 20 or sub 3230 with that if your end game was just perfect. Tiki's on a pretty good pace here. He's minus 2.6 off his PV.
And yeah, Caleb's right. De-rusting is pretty hard. Like, you'd be surprised some of the little things that you forget that are actually really important.
Yeah, I don't think anybody likes de-rusting. Like, de-rusting is just not a fun experience in speedrunning. I mean, anyone can correct me if there's anyone who does like de-rusting, but for me personally at least, sucking at something that you used to be good at is not fun. De-rusting is when you don't play for a long time and then get back to the game. Yeah, Kayla's PB 3246. was gotten a couple of months ago, like maybe almost a year ago at this point, and then the rest of these guys have all PB'd recently, or a lot more recently. So as far as like Rust goes, Caleb is at the biggest disadvantage of these Forerunners.
Yeah, that was quite a crab fight for Tiki.
It looks like Tiki's +5 after that crab. That's pretty unfortunate. Crab can just body or speedrun like that. Like, the reason why that fight's so bad sometimes is because when you shoot that spinning wheel, if it's connecting with the boss, it's actually depleting its timer for it to despawn a lot faster. So if you miss completely and it just like rolls across the ground, like, you're done. You have to wait forever for it to despawn. Yeah, so the current world record is 32:43 by Tiki. The second fastest time, 32:44 by Tokyo, then 32:46 by Caleb, and then 32:48 by Trogdor. This is not 100%. This is any percent. It just so happens that getting all the upgrades to get the Shoryuken is the most pragmatic way to do any percent in RTA. 100% would include getting Zero's parts and then like fighting the 3 X Hunters throughout the Maverick stages, and then resurrecting Zero before the end of the game. I think, have we seen a correctly executed Hellway once tonight? I don't think so.
Not out of Tiki, I think. Or Tokyo. They seem to mess up like in the same way every time. Just that that charge speed burner either like starts to come out and they're hit immediately, or they like bonk first and then the recoil like eats the charge shot. So they release the button expecting to not have been hit.
Yeah, if anyone is past Centipede in their run, we'll be sure to let you guys know if they're on War pace or PB pace. Because Centipede is like one of the big RNG thresholds of the run, like that's deep enough into the run. Trogdor having a really good Centipede fight there, getting instant tailspin. It's like Trogdor is minus 2.3 seconds from his PB.
Oh yeah, Super Metroid. Chase the record would be pretty cool. Tokyo getting the typical sponge luck of nothing good.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a law of large numbers and stuff, but pretty much anytime I look at Tiki's stream, he's getting good sponges, and anytime I look at Tokyo's, he's getting bad sponges. Pretty sure it's some kind of conspiracy.
He just has a blessed cart.
Yeah. I didn't see what happened at the end of Caleb's run there.
Yeah, I looked at someone else's stream, like, right after he beat Wolverine, so I don't know what happened at the end. Or, like, what his
30.
final time was.
33:05, apparently. That's a really good time.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like Tokyo's CF0 arm moved for a frame or two there.
Better tell him to reset.
Yeah.
Game refuses to let him 32.
Trogdor at minus 2.1 after that, that snail
Another
kill.
typical good sponge. I think that was a 301.
Jesus. Tiki got war a couple of weeks ago, I think. A week or two, maybe. Yeah, apparently that was a high 3-minute flat or a low 301. Either way, that's an insane sponge time. I can't wait to see this run get bodied by Centipede.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty sick, nasty sponge time. Here we're about to see Tokyo once again get bodied by Sponge RNG. Oh, something I forgot to mention. If Sponge grabs the ceiling at the start like that, it's actually like if he grabs the ceiling immediately after coming down, it's like a super tight window to get the one cycle. You gotta be really good and have all your shots hit at a decent time to pull that off. Yeah, the goal of this is for these guys to get the world record in one of these attempts. Yeah, a 32:43 is an insanely good run in this game, and insanely difficult to beat. But we've already seen just tonight, like into the late game, Tokyo was almost minus 10 seconds in off his PB in the late game, which is only 1 second slower than the world record. So not only can it be beat, but it can be beat by a couple seconds by any of these guys. Did T get a 555 helmet sparkle on Gator? Apparently, that's what the chat said. If so, that's like the most insane Gator time ever. It's honestly absurd.
The more insane stuff he does, the more likely it is that it becomes a peed run.
Yeah, exactly. Tokyo getting some really unfortunate sponge RNG there as usual. At least he got something that's like passable now. Oh well, 303, that's good.
Yeah.
What happened there was like Sponge was way too close to the wall, and he grabbed the ceiling at a time that was not conducive to him bringing Sponge down without surrendering like time of not being able to hit him. And then when he came back out from the wall, like Sponge had already like he hadn't finished his attack yet, so he didn't know to come back down. So Tokyo got trolled a little bit there, but luckily he was able to get a decent fight in the end. Yeah, these guys do a lot of grinding in this category. Like I know Tiki, at least I've seen him been doing like 5-hour plus streams. Tokyo having some trouble with the arm capsule jump there. That's a pretty rare mistake for you'll see out of any of these runners.
And as per usual, just dunk X on spikes before reset.
Standard procedure. Yeah, that really sucks for Tokyo. Resetting the Sponge that much and then making that mistake at the beginning of Gator.
Oh yeah, now's your time to place your bets. Peed run or speed run?
Yeah, Tiki's run was like insane after Gator. I didn't see what his stag was, but I'll just check. It splits. It's minus 5.5 after stag, which was equal to what he was at after Gator.
Sounds good to me.
And of course, he gets instant shurikens.
And then more shurikens.
That's
a tailspin.
Yeah, that's not the best. That's actually the worst. Since the way they orbit around X when the things get glitched, like, is so that they're close to him on the left side and then far away from him on the right side. You really want to be doing this on the right wall and not the left. And you have to be doing it on the wall because those pink buster shots are fired immediately when you're on a wall. And you don't have to wait to do the double, like him bringing his arms around animation. So that was really unfortunate for Tiki. looks like that cost him almost all his time. He's now minus 0.8 from his PB split, so still a good run, but not a sick, nasty, insane run anymore.
Yeah, when your run is so good that not even Centipede can ruin it quite.
Yeah. So Trogdor's pretty much even with his PB. Minus 0.5 seconds after that moth. And plus 0.3 after that violin. Yeah, this is Chase the record, so these guys are just resetting for record attempts. Tokyo with another insane CF0 fight.
Yeah, Tiki didn't get the mini boss skip.
I think that Trogdor had a 2043 8 map this run. I think that he can PB, but I don't think he can. I don't think that he can beat Tiki's world record with this run. So yeah, they're allowed to reset here. The only run they weren't allowed to reset was the first run. They did a no reset run, but now they're doing record attempts for however long this goes on for.
And the resets are pretty, like, front-loaded in the run. Like, since it's the first, 3 minutes or whatever, you can be a lot more strict about what you take. Later on, you kind of have to accept some error.
Yeah.
But, flubbing something small in the intro, you can just reset because it's 1 minute lost, so it's not a big deal. Well, 1 minute of real, actual time of your life.
The best sum of bests of any of these runners is 3210 by Tokyo. Tiki has 3213 and Trogdor has 3230. I don't know about Caleb because he uses fake splits. I didn't see what killed Trogdor's run there. But whatever it was, it must have been pretty unfortunate. By fake splits, I mean not actual PB splits.
Yeah, I think he makes new splits. Not regularly, but every once in a while.
Like every time he de-rusts a game, he starts with starts over with new splits. Something I haven't mentioned yet is how annoying this arm capsule is in Gator stage. Tokyo just got the best pattern that you can get. The way the capsule works is that it won't open until the screen is stationary. You can see the screen shaking back and forth. The way that works is based on both RNG and global timer. In other words, you have no control over it, but it's shaking for on average 3/4 of the time. And then up and down is based on how you're moving the camera with your jumps. So if you let go of jump right before you hit the capsule and the screen isn't shaking, it'll open immediately. But if it is shaking, then you'll have to wait for the screen to scroll up, which takes at minimum 20 frames. Can take more than that, but yeah, that capsule can troll you a little bit there, and it's pretty annoying, honestly. It's It's like one of the many things in this game that just shouldn't lose time ever, but does, and it's really annoying. Along with like Crystal Snail's introduction with the global timer.
Yeah, like everything involving the global timer just sucks.
Yeah.
Random death sprites. Shoryuken working or not working. Screen shakes.
$5.59 helmet sparkle for Gator for Tokyo. That's a really good time. Everyone else working their way through Sponge. I think Trogdor got the instant double ceiling grab there, and yeah he missed a shot. So yeah, that's the pattern where like your fight has to be so perfect, everything about it, otherwise you won't make it in time. The alternative is like you could intentionally bring him down, or you could destroy some of the vines on the ground earlier so that he stays on the ceiling for longer. The way him staying on the ceiling works is like he'll either put 4 on the ground or he'll reach the ceiling because he goes up each time after he throws one down. So the maximum he can throw is 6, the minimum is 4. So the reason why the runners don't destroy any of the vines and let him only throw 4 is because that gives him more chances to grab the ceiling before he hits, to grab the ceiling again, I should say, before he hits 10 hit points. It just makes the fight harder if he ends up grabbing the ceiling immediately. So it's a pretty man mode strat. It's basically saying I'm relying solely on my execution so I can have a better chance at getting good RNG. I don't know exactly how long this is going to last tonight, but I think like these guys can just stop doing attempts whenever they feel like it. I don't know what the upper bound is on, like, if it gets to be 3, 4 in the morning or whatever.
It just keeps going. From the X Discord, it looks like Tiki said it should go 6 to 9, so like at least another 15 minutes.
How much more could the world record reasonably be improved?
I think Tiki's mentioned that he has been on pace for a 32-2x and would like to get that.
That would be like ungodly, insane God Run tier.
Yeah.
Like all the stars would have to align, RNG, execution wise, you name it. Pretty much nothing would have to go wrong. A mid 33 would be, or a mid 32-30 would be pretty insane as well. Like I don't imagine we'll ever see a 2x, to be honest. unless like something insane happens in one person's run. Tokyo getting, what was that, 5, 6 shurikens in a row?
Was way too many.
It's pretty game over for that run. He got, I think, a 304 sponge kill there, so that's really good.
Caleb having a little trouble with that gap jump.
Which gap jump was it?
It was the first one in the sponge stage.
Jumping through the ladder gaps in this game is a little tricky. You have to jump from a certain point on the wall, and it's like you have to let go of left or right, whichever input you're pressing, within a 4-frame window for those particular ones if you're not at dash speed. If you're at dash speed, it can be a 1 or a 2-frame window, which are the 2 on the intro stage. Tokyo there, you saw him get in both gaps. The first one, he was too low when he kicked, so he didn't end up wall jumping through it, so he had to climb the ladder. But the second one, he nailed it. That's a pretty difficult gap jump to get.
The most frustrating way to mess up a gap jump is kick and then just fall out.
Yeah. Sometimes your positioning is such that even though you're doing a wall jump from inside the gap, you can still like bonk the ceiling underneath it, which is pretty annoying, honestly. Depends on your both horizontal and vertical positions. Frogdoor with a 606. Helmet Sparkle coming out of Gator. That's plus 4 seconds off his PB. He could definitely still PB off that. That'll definitely be a difficult run to get a record on. An unfortunate miss on the Gator single cycle there for Tiki. As I mentioned, it's 5-frame window for every hit, and it's, what is it, 10 hits?
Something like that.
Yeah, so the charge chain deals 5 or 9 hits that have to be timed. Well, no, they all have to be timed because you have to time the dash on the first one that gets buffered.
Either way, though, I think that's only like the first Gator fail out of this whole stream, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a fight that if you're learning this game, you'll mess that up like half the time or every time. It's just going to be really frustrating, but when you put this much practice in the game, you can see how it very rarely trips these runners up. Yeah, this is Chase the Record. There was a no reset race at the start of the stream, but now these guys are doing attempts to get the world record for any percent in X2. current world record is 32:43 by Tiki, but all of the other 3 runners that you're seeing here are within at most 5 seconds of that on their PBs. Tokyo getting typical Tokyo sponge RNG.
Hopefully Centipede actually plays along with Trogdor. I feel like it's been a little while since someone actually had a run get past Centipede.
Yeah. Centipede is just like that.
Yeah. Oh, Tiki needs food.
Yeah, that was a pretty needing food type of mistake there. Like missed some shots or missed some dash jumps.
Yeah, a little A, a little B. So like, shot that was supposed to go to Sponge just go the opposite direction and then just doesn't get to the wall again. Goofy things like that that start to happen when it's about time to take a little break.
Yeah, these guys have been going on almost 3 hours now with these attempts. So,
Yeah, at least. Some of them were streaming beforehand.
oh yeah, that's true. Caleb with a 5:58 helmet sparkle coming out of Gator. That's a really good time. Definitely the kind of time you want. Anything below 6 minutes there is you're in striking distance of getting a sub 32:40. Even though it is pretty early in the run, but that's the kind of early game time that you want to have. Because there's so much RNG on Sponge's stage and so much difficult execution on Gator stage, well, that was really unfortunate for Caleb. He ended up kicking underneath the ledge there, getting to the E-take on Stag stage.
Ooh.
But yeah, of the times that you're typically going to, or the places that you're typically going to lose time in a run, even in a really good run, are like Sponge RNG, Gator stage, then like Centipede RNG, Crab RNG, and probably execution on the Surgus fight. Everything else, if you're just like playing on top of your game, you can usually expect to go without any big incident for the most part. And then there's a couple choke points later in the run, like Shoryuken top route, or the Crystal Snail Shoryuken, Gator Shoryuken. Tokyo following precedent of ending your runs by walking into spikes after making a critical mistake that would have reset the run anyway.
Yeah, that's a particularly bad one to happen early on. It's like a 3-second loss or something. So you have to like recharge from scratch to get the charge chain again.
He also messed up the first lunge on the mech coming out of the ship.
Yeah.
Which, the mech, dashing speed of it is like 4 pixels per frame, but lunging speed is like, isn't it like 11 or something? It's really fast, like almost 3 times as fast as the dashing speed. So messing up that lunge there is pretty costly. Not only are you moving slower, but you can't make it through the enemies with high frames, so you end up getting hit backwards by them.
Quick capsule opening for Trogdor. It's almost the God capsule, he just wasn't like jumped up onto the lip of the capsule.
Trogdor sponge time, I think, was a 307? Maybe a 306?
Not ideal, but passable, I guess. Or at least he's taking it.
Yeah, not having a good early game in X2 is pretty commonplace considering the way Sponge RNG works. It's really common to just get infinited by bad Sponge patterns, and then the one run that you get past him, you just like make some bad mistake that ends the run.
Yeah, the fight that Tiki just got is pretty typical. Where he never goes to grab the ceiling, he just kind of spins the vine or hops around.
Why is everyone going to Sponge first? You go to Sponge first because it gives you the strike chain. It's a really good mobility upgrade since it lets you grappling hook on the walls, and it lets you single cycle Gator, which saves a ton of time. And the reason why you want to go to Gator early, Gator being the second stage after Sponge, is to get the Buster upgrade. The Buster upgrade saves a lot of time on the bosses. It saves a lot of time with the mobility upgrades, being able to charge them up. So pretty much every route in this game is based around doing Sponge, then Gator for that reason, and then other routes vary a little bit from there. But the current one that they're doing gets Speed Burner afterwards from Stag, and then kind of goes in boss weakness order more or less. Or mini boss weakness order, depending on the stage. Yeah, Tiki very atypically is in Sponge reset infinite territory.
Maybe this is another side effect of him getting hungry.
Yep. His RNG gets worse.
Yeah. He turns calories into RNG.
Nice 303 sponge kill from Caleb. Trogdor actually falling back on the strategy where you don't climb the wall with Stag. This strat very rarely can be faster than climbing it with him. It's just a lot more volatile to RNG. Usually ends up being a little bit slower. But either way, it's even at these times, the PBs that they have is still certainly a viable strat. Like, it won't even lose more than a second. Worst case scenario. Trogdor is currently plus 1.5 off his PB going into Centipede. His PB has a bad Centipede RNG though, so he has 6.5 seconds to save on this stage alone.
He's got a pretty good shot then. Looks like that was a 319 pose for Tokyo.
Yeah, currently 301 kill, so Tokyo's on an insane pace now, but still has, Centipede in like 7 minutes.
Yeah. So if he keeps having this insane pace, it'll just be a peed run, as we've seen.
I actually don't know how deep into their attempt sessions these guys typically PB. I know for me it was usually my first run was the PB. After getting a bunch of sponge resets in a row, it just tilts me to no end, and end up not really playing well in the few runs that I get past Sponge or Centipede.
Yeah, Justin has the right idea. Speedrunning will cure your addiction.
I think Trogdor got the instant tailspin there.
Oh, I don't know. I was looking at Tokyo.
Fortunately missed one of the strike chains. I think he did anyway, which is a 1.5 second time loss. Centipede, unlike most Mavericks in this game, has 90 immunity frames, or 1.5 seconds. Most of them have 60. Alright, so Tiki only PBs after a lot of better runs that die, so maybe getting into this stage of hunger, and well, Tiki's only had one run that's gotten really far so far tonight. But maybe he's about to break the mold. Yeah, Trogdor saved a good amount of time on that Centipede stage there. It's currently minus 2.2 off his PB. Yeah, just a reminder, next Wednesday, SUDQ in the afternoon. 3 of these guys, minus Tiki, will be racing X2, along with Colonel Fatso, and Tiki will be commentating the race. And then right after that, you'll see Trogdor racing New at Mega Man X3. Currently scheduled to be at 2:35 on Wednesday, 2:35 p.m. Pacific. That'll be on the Games Done Quick channel, not on the
it'll
Speed
be
Gaming
on
channel.
It'll be on Games Done Quick for Summer Games Done Quick, the whole week-long speedrunning marathon, benefiting the Doctors Without Borders charity. Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
The one it usually is.
I was really unfortunate for Trogdor. You have to kick the shell at a specific time during that fight in order to force Snail to jump to the left, so that he'll stay like in line with your charged magnet mine. But I think Trogdor kicked this shell just a little bit too late, so he ended up jumping over to the right to chase after a shell, which is made it end up so he couldn't get the multiple hit charge shot on him. What do the times mean? These guys are doing world record attempts right now, so these guys aren't actively racing each other right now. They're just racing against. They're just doing like normal attempts that you would see them do in a normal stream.
Tiki will stop resetting when he gets a start that he's comfortable with.
He'll stop resetting when he goes to get food.
Yeah.
Maybe Tiki will never stop resetting. Only the buster on his arm knows for sure.
Oh yeah, we started the stream off with a race, and then they're just doing their own world record attempts at this point. Just showcasing their abilities to hype up the SGDQ Mega Man X2 race that most of them will be participating in. Caleb won the race. He got a 33-13. I think. Oh, who was it that came in fourth? Was it Tokyo with a 33-46 or so? It was a really close race, though.
Like everyone was in like 30 seconds of each other. All 33s. That's pretty good for a race. Especially since Tokyo, I think Tokyo got second place, didn't he? And he had that really costly death in Gator stage.
Caleb, Tokyo, Trog, Tiki. Sounds about right. It's throwing me off because the position of their game feeds is switched around a little bit. I just remember that whoever came in fourth was in top left at the time. Trogdor just practicing this slope jump a bit. Has been giving him a hard time.
Yeah, this is a pretty annoying one. That since the ceiling's right above you there when you do that kick, you have to be like low and far away from the wall for it to work. So definitely worth taking the time to iron this out before he does his next attempt. Let's see. Tokyo is currently plus 1.6. He didn't have the best centipede luck there, so. He was minus 2.5 before that and lost about 3 seconds. It's not like a spicy hot jalapeno pace run. It's more like a peppercini or banana pepper tier run.
Oh
No.
That fight got really weird really fast.
Yeah, he ended up. What happened there?
He got hit like right before, like when Snail was popping out of his shell.
Yeah, he went to do a dash jump, but ended his dash by turning around before doing the jump instead of vice versa, which meant that he didn't have dash speed. So that's why he ended up getting hit by a Snail. That's really annoying. Sometimes it's just small mechanical errors, pressing 2 buttons in the wrong order that just completely ends the run like that, regardless of what kind of pace Tokyo was on there. He could have been on a super sick, nasty Ghost Pepper run and still would have just ended like that.
Too slow to beat the Snail.
I think that was a 305 sponge kill for Tiki, so passable. Workable. Trogdor getting a bad combination of not optimal RNG and missing I think he missed a wall kick there to get back up to Sponge's elevation. This category is any percent. It looks a little bit like it's 100%. It just so happens that the most pragmatic way to do any percent in RTA is to get all the upgrades and then get the Shoryuken to one-shot the late game bosses.
Yeah, Fats was right. This game practically only has one category. There are other things you can do, but they're very unpopular.
Yeah, low percent kind of has some people who run it, or has had over the years. Usually it's just like 1 or 2 people at any given time, usually 0. And then there's some like cool meme categories like dashless 100% and 100%.
Yeah, just normal 100%.
Yeah, like this is. Oh, look at the sync on that on Caleb and Trogdor. It's like frame perfect. But yeah, like the only reason why 100% in this game is like a meme for RTA is because it's like really similar to any percent, but like just adds a boatload of extra lag and annoying execution and RNG on the 3 extra bosses you fight.
Yeah, any percent isn't quite 100%. You skip out on collecting Zero's parts and beating the 3 X hunters.
RTA stands for real-time attack. It just means like real-time speed runs. I think it's like just some.
It just comes from like the little weird game modes that would be in old games. It's just like the time attack mode.
Yeah. Trogdor's gained about half a second or so on Caleb.
Oh, something might be about to happen on Tiki stream.
Can't wait to see what this is.
Oh,
Oh, he got German suplexed. All right.
twice the double.
2 quick ones. And he got the double kill. What the hell, dude? What a strange sequence of events. The funny thing about that is, like, so that's frame perfect to get that double kill. Like, he killed Stag on the same frame that he died. And since the explosion doesn't start until you hit the ground for whatever reason, X loses collision and he just like falls through the earth, and then the explosion can't start. So like, game just like end up dying and spawning back in the pre-boss room. That's got to be the first time I've ever seen a double German suplex into a frame perfect double kill on Stag.
Oh man, this whole time we've just been like explaining it with our voices. But there's a bot command that we could have been using.
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't see what happened on Caleb's screen there, but it was probably the heart. That's not that precise of a trick to do the strike chain, the charge strike chain to get that heart, but it can still slip even the best runners up sometimes.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where you'll get it like 90-something% of the time, but that still means once in a while you flub it and then you just feel like an idiot.
That was a 304 sponge kill for Tokyo, so not bad at all. I'd say that's like par for the sort of time that these guys are shooting for, maybe a 303. Anything below that is like really good, anything above that is like, I don't know.
Tiki gets a 303.
Not bad. So both Tokyo and Tiki on decent runs past Sponge.
See if he gets the double suplex again. We can only hope. Something happened on Tokyo's run. He just dropped X into some spikes to end it all.
Yeah, something wrong with the charge strike chain. I think he must have fired it at the wrong time because that pizza thrower was dead. I think you don't kill him if you fire it at the right time, so he must have messed that up, and then gave his run the most appropriate death. Oh yeah, forgot to mention, there are two ways to get the heart in Gator stage. You saw Caleb do it the charge strike chain way last attempt, and you saw Tiki do it the damage boost way off the mech. The fastest way to do it is the damage boost off the mech, but sometimes, like, depending on your camera position and when you're falling out of the ship, you can spawn the mechs differently, which causes, like, different... Like, there's a bunch of mech spawns down in that stretch of, like, that area underneath the ship, but they'll only spawn every other spawn point, so depending on which ones you get, you may or may not have a mech to chase you up the steps near that ladder. So if the mech doesn't follow you, then you have to do the strike chain method, which is only a little bit slower. But if he does follow you, then you can do the damage boost and then save your strike chain for afterwards. Froggo is currently plus 0.6 off his PB. Again, he has 6.6 to save on Centipede. So we'll be able to see what kind of run he's on after that. Again, the biggest RNG points in this run are like Sponge, Centipede, Crab, and then like the snail refight.
Yeah, thanks for the vote, VB.
Tiki got a 558 helmet sparkle at Gator. 558, so that's a really good time. Minus 2 seconds off his PB. Trogdor getting the instant shurikens into the double teleport. He didn't quite get the tailspin glitch, unfortunately. That means he mistimed the dash jump. I don't know if it was too early or too late. Probably too.
Kind of.
Yeah. I don't know how happy he'll be with. Yeah. Looks like he just reset that.
806 stag kill for Tiki. No double suplex this time.
.304 sponge for Tokyo, not bad. Is there a definitive answer to which stag strat is best? No, because it depends on RNG. One strat is more volatile than the other. Staying on the ground is the more volatile one, and climbing with him is the more consistent one. So it depends on if you're a gambling man or not. Like, most of the time, the climbing one is going to be better, like the vast majority of the time. But it's also a lot easier to do the one where you stay on the ground.
Kind of like the way Fatso still does it, I think, where you do the first climb and then just switch to the ground fight. Because the first climb with Stag is actually like really consistent and easy to do because it's always the same every time.
Yeah, the second climb can be different depending on. The main thing is dependent on like what action he does in between the climbs. If he jumps straight to the wall, it's actually really hard to like keep up with him, since you have to time your shots really well and get back to the wall really quickly to do the damage boost. So the reason why like Fireball RNG is good is because it resets his iframes. If he does them consecutively, I think it's like he can do them like 50 frames apart, or like you're able to utilize like 9 or 10 frames of the iframe reset that he gets, like relative to the 60 frame iframes that he normally has. If he does them consecutively, there's other points in the fight where he can do them and utilize like almost all of the 60 frames. Tass utilizes 59 of them.
Couldn't get that one more, huh?
Well, I mean, like, that's the maximum. 60 would be on the same frame.
Yeah.
And the only way to do it all 59 and not 58 is with a charge shot.
Alright, looks like Tiki's on his last attempt.
He is currently plus 0.1 off his PB, which is the current RTA record. Looks like Tokyo had a 558.3 helmet flash coming out of Gator, so that's a really good time. And Caleb got a 304 sponge kills, so that's really good as well. Well, pretty good. I actually don't know what Tiki's splits are like in his late game.
Yeah, I'm not positive either what his end game is like, but generally, yeah, if you're only like a little bit behind, you can usually make up time elsewhere. Unless you're just like really far behind, then you just reset. Alright, it looks like Tokyo's coming up on Centipede pretty soon. We'll be able to see if we have 2 speedruns going or back to the intro stage. Oh yeah, that's right. Caleb did say he was getting a little tired. I don't know how long he wants to keep going for. Or if all of these guys are just gonna stop at around the same time.
Yeah, there's no like strict schedule for when this ends. As far as I know, it's just as soon as the runners feel like stopping. Oh, was that like a 1046 centipede kill? Yeah, it looks like he's minus 2.8 after that.
Nice.
That segment was only a second and a half off his best.
Looks like we really do have 2 speedruns going.
So you're seeing one of the disadvantages of using default control scheme on Tiki's Tiki stream there. Doing wall jumps off of walls where you're not right up against the wall, where you're like in that 1 to 7 pixel or whatever window of space away from the wall where you can still wall jump. If you input dash and jump on the same frame like you might normally do to do a dash wall jump, you'll actually just get an air dash if you're not already at dashing speed. And doing those slope jumps there, you obviously can't be at dashing speed to do those slope jumps. So that's kind of a mistake that Tiki makes kind of fairly often.
But then he gets the good crowd fight.
That was the perfect 9-hit fight. Normally you would just like hold dash that entire time if you have dash on like an L or R button, but with default controls that's hard to do, so he ends up re-inputting it there. And to get the dash wall kick in that situation, he has to like hit dash during the 5-frame window or 5-frame animation of the wall kick after pressing the jump. Even with that fight, though, it looks like Tiki lost 4 seconds on Kran. He's currently +4. And Tokyo is -0.7. Is anyone on pace for world record? Yeah, Tokyo definitely could. I think Tiki still technically can. It'll probably just be difficult. And Trogdor obviously is, but...
That's like a trivially on world record pace.
Your pace, like, doesn't really matter until after Centipede, really. That's when the run gets real. .2038. 8-minute time there for Tiki. I'm pretty sure that can still be a 32 3x if he has like a flawless end game. Looks like he's plus 3.4 off his PB right now. So yeah, that would be pretty hard to get a 32 3x at this point, but PB's most certainly not out of the question if he has a really solid late game.
Getting some accidental lemons, trying to go for Crystal Hunter. Which is okay there, the Crystal Hunter doesn't save a huge amount of time.
Yeah, there you saw Tiki do the reverse wall kick. That's like the only place where you'll ever see a reverse wall kick in RTA. You have to, in order to do it on a left wall like that, you have to wall jump while you're firing a pink charge shot. I think it only works with the second charge shot, and it has to be on a left wall, like X is facing to the left. And to do it on a right wall, you have to press left and right at on the same frame, which can only be done by Frankensteining a controller and removing the D-pad or using an emulator. So there's plenty of those in the task, but you'll never see that in RTA. It's actually against the rules to hit left and right at on the same frame in RTA. Otherwise, everybody would have to start Frankensteining their controllers, which would be a little silly.
Even beyond the left plus right, it would still be kind of difficult because you have to hit jump right after that too. Otherwise, X just kind of does like a little wiggle, and then you'll just kick normally, I think.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No. Dude, so if you miss that there, you can actually double neon up to the first flame jet and only lose like, I think it's like a second or something, but apparently Tiki was too hungry to go for that backup strat, so he's gonna go get some food.
Understandable. He has been going for a long time. That's quite a while with no break whatsoever.
He has some pretty good runs. Out of Tiki, there was that one that got to counter 103 on good pace.
Let's see if Tokyo gets Ova Manep. Oh,
I think
gotta hop backwards.
he got it on the first one, I think.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but with the position that the enemy died at, it seemed like it was about right for getting it. He actually got Hellway this time.
Yeah, very nice.
Looks like Tokyo's on a pretty sick pace.
High
2036, yeah.
That puts him at minus 2.1 off his PB, which is 0.9 behind the war, so definitely within striking distance on this run. Little trouble with that double kick.
Yeah, getting Getting air dashes in between the kicks is another amazing feature of having the boots upgrade.
Air dash is honestly a really annoying upgrade because of things like that. Like what you saw in Tiki's stream and Bubble Crab stage earlier. But not the worst mistake. Minor movement flubs like that are bound to happen.
It's all just RNG manipulation for this great violin fight.
Exactly.
Maybe not.
Yeah. The triple tank. Yeah, between the small mistakes in the stage, but mostly violent RNG. Like he switched the platforms 3 times there, losing 7.7 seconds off his gold. Oh yeah. Trogdor, Tiki, and Caleb Hart. The names you see on screen are their actual Twitch handles, but Tokyo's is Tokyo90. Let's see, I didn't see what Trogdor Centipede RNG was there, but that puts him dead even with his PB. The reason why they shoot a flame during that elevator climb is just so they can charge up their speed burner. Like, they could be charging it beforehand, but it's just harder to do that precise movement to get underneath the platform and then hit the next one while charging, so they don't need the charge then, so they just end up charging it after doing the hard part and lose no time from it.
And meanwhile, Tokyo missed one of the double hits on Sergei's.
I think that his Sergus was either gold or close to gold in his PB. That puts him at plus 11.6 now, so probably most likely no longer PBable. I still maintain that Sergus double hits are the Sergus fight in general is the hardest part of the run.
There's a lot that can go wrong in the fight. Like, the fight takes place over spikes. It's all the floating platforms to keep track of, and Sergei's position itself. And if you mess up double hits, then you end up eating multiple seconds per time you mess it up.
pretty unfortunate string of events that happened in Snail Sage for Caleb there. That's a stage that, like most times, nothing will really go wrong, but like sometimes, you make one mistake and then it kind of throws you off balance for a little while, and it's hard to get things back into like executing everything normally. So he just made a bunch of tiny mistakes there that compounded off the first mistake he made and ended up losing a bit of time from it.
Yeah, little like narrow passages with a lot of moving enemies. Like once things start to go wrong, they just keep going wrong for a little while.
Yeah, exactly.
Tokyo gets the snail Shoryu. It's one of the more finicky ones. I think that's why he likes to do it second now. So if it goes wrong, he can just reset.
Yeah, it's always nice to get the more finicky Shoryukens out of the way first, since you can mostly just pick whichever order you want to do.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Tiki. Just elevator gone, Hex sadly looking into the wall, eyes shut.
Tokyo's current pace is plus 13.1. So PB was pretty much out of the question for him. But he can probably still get a 32. Looks like Trogdor is at plus 2.3 off his PB.
Does he have much time to save in Moth?
Yeah, 3.5 seconds.
So we could make it happen. Dang, Zero blocked the lemon, but didn't expect the Shoryuken right after.
Yeah, dude, gave him the old 1-2.
Needs to play some Street Fighter online, so he always expects the Shoryu.
Yeah, Zero's the only boss in the game who straight up can't be one-shot by Shoryuken because his hitbox is too small and he's always on the ground, so you need to connect with him for minimum 5 frames with the Shoryuken, and that just can't happen with his hitbox.
I mean, you're kind of right. It doesn't technically one-shot any boss because it deals, like, it just deals a large amount of damage every other frame. Compared to, like, the Hadoken from X1, which actually just one-shots bosses. But using it, you can use it one time and kill the boss. Ooh, just barely not getting a 32.
Yeah, 3301. Very good run from Tokyo.
Meanwhile, I didn't check exactly what Trogdor's 8 Mav kill time was, but it looked like a 2105 or 4 pose.
High 2102, so
Oh, okay.
that's a 2044 moth kill.
It's not the first completed run of the night since we started with a race, so they all finished at least one. Well, that's the first one that finished in the actual attempt session.
No, Caleb got a 3305 earlier.
Oh, right. Yeah, Caleb did finish at least one.
Alright, looks like Tokyo's done doing attempts as well.
Oh, nice.
Nice
The
run
big
from
PP
him.
can.
Dude, nice.
And if we could just switch Caleb's with Tokyo's.
Dude, these are some pretty sick special effects, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I like the smooth transitions.
I think that was also a 2044 kill from Caleb, so Caleb and Trogdor are on pretty much, or were on the exact same pace in their runs after 8 Mavs. After that violent, Trogdor is 2 seconds behind his PB.
Nice buggy door on Trogdor's stream.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what causes that, honestly.
Yeah.
I think that's the only stage that it just randomly happens on. Usually that happens when you like zip and like dodge some loading trigger or something. Get those graphical glitches.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you saw Trogdor not going for the Mago hit for the last one. You saw him had to wait a long time after he had a pink charge because of the elevation of the platforms, but it is significantly easier to get the double hit from standing on the platform than it is to damage boost into Sergis's machine and then do it from inside of him with iframes. So puts Trogdor 1.4 behind his PB.
I think that was looking like a really nice climb until he beefed the final Neon.
Yeah, if you miss that Neon jump, it becomes faster to go bottom route. Since you have to wait for the charge anyway, so you can already go some of the way to then use the speed burner to get through that enemy. When Trogdor was climbing the wall there, he actually replaced one of his wall jumps with his second Neon jump that he didn't need, since he used the first one to get up to the Shoryuken capsule. And that only saves like maximum 5 frames. So just a neat frame perfect swag frame saver you can do.
Neat little tiny optimization.
Caleb getting a successful Magu double hit on the Turgus fight there. Looks like he missed half of a double hit earlier in the fight though. So not the perfect fight, but still a pretty good one.
Oh, going for more Neons in the climb.
Not bad, not bad.
I think one of the cool things about going for those is that even if you mess it up, you usually just get a wall kick anyway. They're relatively free to attempt.
Yeah, that's true. If you dash close enough to the wall.
Ooh, Caleb not quite getting the air dash far enough.
Yeah, that was he ended up getting an item drop from the bat, which is really annoying. So that looks like that kind of threw him off a little bit.
Yeah, item drops at inopportune times tend to do that. If there are spikes around, they're just extremely deadly.
Yeah,
Usually they just make you flub your movement.
Yeah, because you want to grab the wall there, but if the item drops and you end up grabbing that instead and not moving as far as you thought you were going to. Looks like Caleb might be done for the night as well.
Yo, what's up, Scatman? Yeah, we've been on mic for a while.
Trogdor is currently plus 7 seconds off his PB.
How was his Shoryu Rush in his PB?
Gold.
Oh, alright, well, let's hope he pulls a nice magic trick and gets another gold.
It looks like he's got about a second to save on his final split, so still 32 pace.
Looking for secrets on the side. Don't think there are any.
Very nice triple Crystal Hunter. During the capsule room where you have nothing else to do. Your triple helmet scanner, of course. Yeah, no problem, Tokyo. Good job on the runs.
I think he was trying to go for the head bounce again, so he just got shoved by it.
Unfortunate.
When you're trying to be a big show off and it doesn't quite work. There's everyone's favorite enemy in the game, that barrier attacker.
Oh yeah, that barrier attacker has killed so many runs. It's actually a really precise shot to kill him. He has a shield on the front half of his hitbox, and if you just shoot at him, it will hit the shield. So you have to shoot the lemon such that it spawns barrier attacker like while the lemon is inside of the back of his hitbox, like barely off screen. So it's kind of precise.
Oh, that's what the LMAO is about.
First, I think that's actually the first, like someone running out of E-tanks on the final fights of the night. Fitting way to end.
Probably right.
Looks like that might be it for Trogdor as well. But yeah,
That was a solid attempt session from everyone involved. Got on really good pace a lot of times.
yeah, a couple of those runs were really good. Especially that one by Tokyo. That one was pretty insane. The one that was like -10 after crab. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Don't forget, next week, Wednesday, 2:35 Pacific, you'll be able to see these 4 runners at SGDQ. All of them but Tiki will be racing Mega Man X2 any%. Tiki will be doing commentary, and Colonel Fatso will be the 4th member of that race.
So drop all these guys a follow and make sure to catch them at all at SGDQ.
Yeah, dude.